Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Coding Out Loud. Today on the channel we are going to be continuing to work on our thoc.gg site. The idea is today I want to build a couple more scrapers, at least a couple more scrapers, and then also add a better pictures model because right now it's super unflexible. So the why behind what we're about to do is we know that Shopify does provide each product page with some sort of JSON data that the theme designer can use to populate the page. But I do also know that the data isn't structured the same on each page. And so being someone who's never created a Shopify site, and some of you watching this might know the answer to this, but we're just going to figure it out because I've never done this before. We're going to find out how the different Shopify sites offer that JSON data. I'm not sure if it's like if there's a couple of options that you can choose from as a Shopify theme creator, or if it's just random and the Shopify theme creator just can create their own markup out of, or their own data out of scratch, or what. But yeah, so we're gonna look at a couple of different Shopify sites and see what we can find. We want to do this because we need to obtain more data. We want to understand, like, there's hundreds of these Shopify sites that eventually we're going to be scraping, and so I want to understand, like, is every single site going to need some kind of unique integration, or are there going to be reusable bits that we can just say, well, this is kind of, we'll just call this like structure number one, this is structure number two, and structure number three, and we can just kind of say, okay, well, this site is using structure type number one, so we can use that template for a scraper, and this one's using structure number three, so we can use that template scraper, that kind of thing. So it's going to be a lot of investigation and playing around. At the end of this, I would like to have scrapers for Vortex Gear and Lowfree, but again, these are just random sites that I've picked. They don't have any particular meaning other than the fact that they're just two Shopify sites that I remember looking at last night. So the third thing that we're going to do, or the second big thing, is if there's time, what we want to do is we want to kind of create our own photo model. The reason for that is right now, each product has just a single property that's called photo URI that is obviously a photo of that product. But what we really want is we want a product to be able to have multiple photos. And so we'll create a photo model that will have belongs to relationship on the product model, so that a product can have multiple photos. And a product might have one photo, it might have 1,000, who knows? But we'll worry about pulling those in later. But I want to get the model created and at least a general idea of what that structure is going to look like. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to create another Roach scraper for Vortex Gear, one for Lowfree. We're also going to try and reuse at least the spidering part of the existing Divinity one, and possibly extract that to some kind of like Shopify spider trait. Since the last stream, I ended up refactoring the spider to use the sitemap, which Shopify provides all of its customers. So we should be able to use that same code and extract it as part of the trait. For most of these, there could be a little bit of having to mess around with the base URL, because I know for Vortex Gear they have like localized versions of those, but we might be able to play around with that. So we'll just kind of hack on that and see how it goes. And then we also want to create that photo model using TDD. And then if we have time, and I doubt this will happen, but the kind of a stretch goal is we're going to try and add the actual photo retrieval to our existing scrapers. So I think we can just dive into it. In fact, what I will do right now is I will open up the Divinity spider just so that you can see what we're doing instead. Okay, that's fine. Where are we? Okay, so we are parsing. That is definitely not correct. This should be sitemap .xml. I must have been playing around with that and put the wrong thing in there. Okay, so we're using this sitemap parser package. The thoc.gg is just the the user agent that gets sent when it makes the request for the sitemap. And then so it recurses through all of the sitemaps on the DiviniKey site. And then for each of those URLs that it actually pulls out, we are looking for anything that starts with products, and we will yield this request to actually parse the product, which is when we actually start creating the items that get passed in down the item pipeline. So in fact, actually what we can do is we can simplify this a little bit, because one thing that I do know is that the DiviniKey, if we go to their sitemap, so they literally have a specific products sitemap that if we go and visit, if we go, if we can copy this properly. Wow, my mouse skills need a little bit of work today, apparently. So if we go to that sitemap, it is only the products. So we don't even need to do any filtering. So what we can do is we can say, if we paste that in, and I'm just going to get rid of the arguments because we just always want all of the products. Then we can even get rid of the if statement, because this will always be true, because this specific XML or the sitemap will only ever be products, so we don't even need to worry about it. We can just do that. And so, okay, so that's a little bit of refactoring we got done there. So my next thought is we can really refactor this entire parse method out to its own trait, because really the only thing that changes here is this recursive URL that it calls, right? And so, pardon me, what we can do is we can say, when we have a Shopify spider, it's always going to be doing the same thing, just to a different URL. So if we can set the URL as, let's say, like a public property, we can run this as a trait, extract this as a method that, or a variable that can be passed into this method, and all of a sudden we're golden. We don't have to do this whole parse. This just kind of goes away. And so I think what we'll do is we'll try and do that right now. So let's go like this. So let's go up, and let's say public string, let's call it sitemap. And that's not going to let me copy and paste, so let's get this again. Okay, and so now what we can do is we can say this sitemap, and I think that should be good enough for us to be able to say, let's yank this. Let's say Shopify spider. Oh, no. We want to just close that. Shopify spider.php. Shopify spider. We will namespace this as app spider. Okay, actually, call it app spider for now. But what we will do, I just want to see what folder. Okay, so it's actually in the wrong folder. So let's copy this. App spiders. And let's call it common. Spiders common. Use generator. Just see what use we're talking about here. So, okay, so it is just the generator. Use generator. Sitemap parser. Use sitemap parser. And this is using the wrong one. Okay, so copy this. Spiders, common, Shopify spider. Paste. Go down here. DG. Okay. So let's close this. Yes. Okay, so symbol generator is declared but never used. That's not true, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so it's an Roach HTTP response. HTTP response. We need a sitemap parser. And we have the sitemap parser. Define type. Is that not which one it is? Oh, it's the vipnit. Okay. Sitemap parser. Okay, and then we need the sitemap parser exception. So use vipnit sitemap parser exception. Okay, so let's just write that, close it, and reopen it. So what other errors are we getting? Undefined type. I do not believe you. Oh, sitemap parser exceptions. Use vip sitemap parser exception. Okay, so with that all done, we now have this working trait. It's namespaced. It's got that stuff, and so what we can do now is we can close this buffer, and then we can use Shopify spider and in theory, we should be able to comment this entire thing out. And if we go to our console here, fix that. And if we go art roach run divinity spider, this should still theoretically work. didn't do anything. Let's just now one other thing is I turned off all the debug, so okay, it's not doing anything. So let's see why. In our Shopify spider, let's see if it ever actually gets to this point. Okay, so it does. Okay, so that's good. So let's take a look at parser get URLs. Okay, so it's not getting anything. So what are we seeing for the sitemap URL? Okay, so it's getting the right URL. Parse recursive, this sitemap. Can you just dump out the parser? Is it giving us an error or anything like that? Let's see. Like, is it getting a 401 or something? Okay, so let's take a look. Is there any kind of error we're getting? Handler. It's not seeing any. So if we just go to this, are we... .400 error. So what did we do wrong here? Divinity products. All right. That is interesting. I'm curious why that is happening. It's not throwing an exception, is it? Nope. So it's just not getting the URLs. So I'm curious if it really cares about this string. Okay, well, it's running. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's printing out the products. So we have a working spider now. It's kind of interesting that it's not following the redirect. I'm curious if this sitemap parser package has a flag to allow it to follow redirects. Let's go take a look. Sitemap parser. URL, recursive. Is there a follow redirect? Don't care about logging, don't care about throttling. Okay, so we can create our own. Let's take a look at their other examples. Basic, don't care about that. Basic, this is just recursive worker. Yeah, not what we want. Oh, okay, we can just use guzzle HTTP options. Okay, so guzzle HTTP follow redirect. Redirect. Okay, so default. Okay, so we can say allow redirects equals true. And then, okay, so let's go back to Vim. Let's say in our Shopify spider, let's say spider, or let's say guzzle options equals allow redirects false. And then in our parser, we pass in the guzzle options. Okay, that should be this. Okay, so now if we go back to our Divinity spider, let's try and run this now and see what we get. Still nothing. Interesting. Do we need to do anything else? No, we should just be able to pass. Oh, sorry. Okay. My more let's take a look here. Oops. Eagle-eyed viewers would have seen that before. Let's take a look and try again. Still not. Do we need to? Oh my God. It should be true. Still nothing. Okay, I think I'm going to give up on here. We'll just go back here, undo these changes. Okay, so whatever, that's fine. So the sitemap products, that's good. And so now we can basically use the Shopify spider trait in future Shopify-ish sites. So if we close this down and we go to our other tab here, we're going to say art, roach, let's go take a look at the docs, and we'll just create a new spider and see how far we get here. So if we go back to roach, so roach spider, so we'll go spider, and we'll call this vortex gear spider. Okay, and so if we split that to the right, and we now say vortex gear spider, and we say use Shopify spider, yep. Now the start URLs doesn't really matter because we're already doing this ourselves, but just to make it clear, this is for vortexgear.com. Do we have any other middleware? No, we don't. We will have to add a processor, that's fine. We can just say E6D. And now we just need to create the parse product function. So yeah, function parse product needs to take in a response. Response returns a generator. And so again, for right now, we'll just for some debugging, we'll get the URI that it's working on. Again, we'll get the product is the response filter, and we know this is the same across the sites. It's the contents of the script that is different between each. So say type equals application JSON text. And then product name, this is where things are going to get weird, is the, hope they're using an H1 as well, but we'll just try it out. H1 text. And then I guess we can pass this through because this should all be the same. Yield this item is going to be vortex gear. Website URL. Product name is going to be the scraped product name. And then the product is going to be the product from the JSON that we scraped from inside the page. Okay, so this is not going to really do anything right now, but what it will do is it'll at least tell us that if we're getting the right product names from our scraper, which is not a guarantee at this point because it's me coding, and well, you guys know that I have my days. So right now it's just going to dump out the URIs to each product it finds. Then once, if we get that correct data, then we can worry about building the item processor that'll actually start creating the models for this. So if we go here and we say art roach run vortex gear spider, Let's see what happens. Actually, that's definitely not going to work because we have not added our sitemap. So if we go to public string sitemap equals Vortex keyboard, and so we're going to go to sitemap .xml, and we want this one. Now, let's see what we get from here. Doesn't look like we're getting much. So let's close out of here. And we will take a look at our Shopify spider, and let's see if it's even being called. So let's say dd parser get URLs. Not even getting there. Okay. Are we getting to the function here? Probably not. Roach run vortex gear spider. Okay, so it should be dumping something out there. So why is it failing? It should be calling the parse method immediately. Parse product, okay. Yeah, we definitely don't need that. Delete those. Are we using parse result anywhere? We are not. I'm curious if it's because we don't have an item processor. I would have expected it to just start running the parse method immediately. This is all gone. So this is okay. Let's make sure that this still works. So the Divinity spider. So that's getting to the hello. Okay, so the vortex gear spider getting there. It is not. Okay, so what is the difference here? Concurrency, request delay. I guess we can change this to 2. I don't think that's going to make a difference. Item processors shouldn't matter. Got the sitemap, got the start URLs, got the downloader middleware, although I guess we can copy this. Okay, so we're ignoring the URL fragments. Spider middleware is the same. We don't have an item processor at the moment, but that should not matter. It should be dumping those URIs. should need to register them. What is the difference here? Yeah, we're definitely not using the parse result. If we go to Shopify Spider, actually, let's uncomment that. Let's see if it's actually getting the right URLs for the Divinity Spider. Okay, so what is it failing on? Undefined property, guzzle options. Okay, so that's getting all the URLs for that one. So now that that's not failing, is this one going to work? Still no. And what I'm curious about is what it's doing, because it's not giving any feedback. I'm curious if it's got like some kind of loop, CPU spike or something. No, just OBS running. So it's like it's waiting for something. And so I'm curious. Use Shopify Spider. Use Shopify Spider. App Spider's common, Shopify Spider. App Spider's common, Shopify Spider. Well, just as an example, just want to see if it's actually getting there. If it's even creating a class. Okay, so it's creating a class. That's good. Why is it not seeing the parse method that we've created? I assume this has nothing to do with it, but just for consistency's sake, just return a generator of a parse result. Bring it back in here. I didn't realize it was in the doc block. So parse result. I assume like doc block should not affect the functionality of the code. It's mostly just for IDE support. What else could be causing this? Everything else is the same. The only thing we're not doing on the Vortex gear is having that item processor. I mean, I guess we can make a copy of it, and we'll Vortex gear processor. Okay. And so we will go Vortex gear processor. And for right now, we will just dd processor running for now. And then we need to load it in the spider. So if we go to item processors, okay, I hate how Vim does that. Vortex gear item processor. And that's not even what it's called. Vortex gear processor. That's the one we want. Okay, so now, what I find interesting is that it's just sitting there waiting, not actually doing anything. It's not like it's dumping out really quick. Let's see. Yeah, again, this is stuff we can deal with later. Why would this not? Again, we're going to structure this exactly like how it was. Vortex gear store, sitemap products. Like, it's literally not even running this parse method. So if we say parse method called, it's not even getting there. There's something else we need to do. Roach run my spider. Should all be all what we're doing. Art roach run our spider, yep. We don't need to pass in the full namespace because they're already in app spiders. I mean, let's try. Just copy this entire method. Vortex gear spider. Just paste this in here. Why is it not letting me? Why? Okay, so yank this. We're in normal mode. Vortex gear, paste. So let's go use generator. What else do we need? Need a sitemap parser and a response. put it? Let's try this one more time. V yank vortex gear spider, paste it. Okay. We need a sitemap parser. Sitemap parser. Yep. We also need a sitemap parser exception. This one. What else are we missing? Nothing. Okay. Let's try and run it here. Let's see if we get the hello. No, it's not running it at all. Why would it not be running? Like, let's copy this. Let's go art roach shell. Use their REPL to see what it's seeing here. Okay, so HTML. Okay, so it's getting the HTML. And let's go art tinker. So let's say new. Well, no, it's not even getting to that point, so don't even need to worry about that. It's not even calling the parse method here. App spiders. Yeah, we're extending basic spider, right? Basic spider is basic spider, yep. Start URLs. Parse. So we're doing a little bit more than, a little bit different than this, but I don't understand why. Start URLs, download our middleware. We don't really care about that. We just want to dedupe the links. It's in the same namespace. And it's just not getting it. Initial requests method. Curious at what point in the process this is failing. We hook in at this point. Yeah, it's still not even calling this initial requests method as part of its own life cycle. So, is there a point before that that we can hook? This is very odd. Why would this not be calling the parse method? Because the part that really kind of weirds me out is that this spider built exactly the same as getting that parse method call, like it's dying at the correct area. This one is not. It's just running and running, and I don't feel like leaving it forever because I don't think it's ever going to finish. What if we make that an empty array? So it's trying to spider that home page, I'm betting. Okay, so I think I've solved. Well, I think I know what's happening here. So this page is taking a very long time to load, and I think what's happening is I think our spider is still trying to hit this site first before it starts doing what we want it to. So if we say, what's a very simple URL that we can hit? I think it's like v4 what is my IP.com. I'm gonna hide that before I kill myself and show my public IP. Example.org. Perfect. Okay, so we can, let's go like this. We're just gonna feed it a like any old link to just like get it past the initial spider, and then it can hit the, there we go. Okay, so yeah, so it was dying on that long page load. So now if we go Shopify spider, if we get rid of this, now it should print out the list of URLs. Okay, yep, a whole bunch of them. So now we can remove that. And if we go back to our Vortex Gear spider, we are going to, for now, again, just to make sure it's getting the right URLs and only the URLs we actually care about. Let's run the spider again. Okay, return value must be of type generator, none return. Okay, so we we have to yield something. So let's just go yield this item with nothing. And we will go up to our item processors. We will just comment that out for now, just so that we have some kind of working thing here. So now this should feed back a bunch of URLs of products. Beautiful. Okay, so that was way more time than I wanted to spend on that, but that's okay. So now what we will do, now that we have these, the product links, we can go like this, save that. Then we can okay, so we can get rid of that. Okay, and now we will go into our Vortex gear processor. And so here is where we're going to actually create the stuff like the products again. So if we go, now I know for a fact it's not the product property, but since I don't know the exact thing, what we're going to do is we're going to basically do what we did the last time and just go art roach shell art roach shell that. And so what we want is the so we're looking for this. We can actually just copy this. Okay, apparently not. So we'll just type it out because I'm done trying to fight with that right now. So it's a script with a type equals application JSON. We want the text. What did I miss? Text. Oh. Okay, so we have that. That is not the one we want. So there is a way to get more of them, and I forget what it is now. So if we go back to our Divinity spider, the second one. Okay. Let's see if that's the right one. Okay, equal 1 for this one. Okay, so let's update our spider so we don't forget that part. Okay, so equal 1. And so now we have this JSON object. It's going to tell us all about that stuff. So now we can say data equals whatever. Go JSON decode data. And now we have this beautifully formatted stuff. Okay, so let's take a look here. So it's still got the true, got the name. Looks like this should be everything in the same order as we were getting it before, although I'm noticing that this is actually an array. And they've got an array of things on this page. 366, 68. So these are almost like the variants from the previous stream. So what we will have to do instead is in our processor. So right now, what we're kind of assuming is that there's one product with a bunch of variants, but what it's really giving us is a list of variants right off the bat. So what we really want to do is we want to yank this. Actually, no, let's just, okay, so vendor is going to be the same, brand is going to be the same. Actually, I guess we can just undo that because for each product, really. Oh, actually, yeah, we're gonna have to move this up to here because what we're really getting, so for each product as a variant, yep, because it's just a list right off the bat. So vendor, it's gonna check that, and is it name and website URI? Oh, actually, I guess that one can always stay out for sure. The brand, is this going to ever have a vendor in it? Okay, so in this case, because Vortex Gear makes all their own gear, I guess we're going to just have to assume that they will only ever sell their own things, which is a big assumption, and I don't really like to make it. But again, I don't think there's going to be much we can do about it. Let's go look at the Vortex Gear page. Oh, hey, Damien, how's it going? Accessories, keycap set. Are these all going to be Vortex? Yeah, these are all Vortex things. PCB, those are all going to be Vortex branded stuff. So I guess for Vortex specifically, we can assume that they are only making their own things. So, so for brand name, paste that there. The $, and it's just going to be Vortex Gear. Okay, so now, how do they have stuff laid out? So they do have a SKU, brand ID. Yeah, we're pulling that from here. That's fine. We're going to get the product name and the title. Yep. And the description. Is there a description on here? There is not. Okay, so we're going to have to scrape that from the main page. That's okay. Yeah, there's no description there. Okay, so let's take a look again at the actual page. And do we have... I'm going to shrink this a little bit. Yeah, they don't have a description of anything here. They have descriptions of their specification, but that means we have to match up things, which is going to be a nightmare. Okay, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the how this is in the HTML. Okay, so it's an H2. Okay, so it's a summary. It's details. And of course, there's no link between them. That sucks. Specification. What about for, I'm just going to pick a random board. Just pick this one. Is that the same? Specifications. It's just the SVG, summary title, specifications. This is going to be the text of this. So I guess what we're going to have to look for is the accordion and get all of them. Now, is there a way? Okay, so they're wrapping it in a product info tag. So what if we were to do something like this? Response, filter. No, it's a product info tag. Interesting. Where is it getting that script? Because it's got some JSON in there. I assume. Okay, so it's where? Right after variants sold out or unavailable. Apparently this text does not exist anywhere in this. Okay, what if we look for accordion content? It's a class. No, that's not what we want. I'm curious if with Roach, if there is a way to get all of the, like if we filter, okay, so it's getting text from there. Is there like a with children option? Because what we really want is we want all of the text from that. the nodes at the same level, get the same level nodes, get all the child or ancestor nodes. Okay, so if we go let's go back to here. Okay, so it's obviously getting accordion content from somewhere else too. Yeah. Okay, so we need to be a little more specific here with the ones that we're looking for. What we really want is product accordion. And then the accordion content. Actually, should probably do this on the right page. Variable 68. Okay. Okay, so where's children? Yeah, we want all of the children. Get all the child or ancestor nodes. Yeah, we want basically all of them, all of the children, as many levels down as possible. Default content. Adding content, we don't need to do that. Okay, so it's at least getting it. So if we go HTML, right? So what is it seeing? Now we're just trying things for the sake of trying things. Content. what else could we look for? Do that. Yeah, so it's getting the wrong one. If we say equal 1. Okay. Okay, that's not going to be great for storing. What if we do HTML? Okay, so this can be our description. And again, as we talked about last time, oh, actually, sorry. Since the last stream, I implemented just strip tags to get rid of the HTML tags in this. So we're going to be storing it without HTML. Eventually, we'll go back and basically sanitize it and not just strip the tags. But for now, this will work. So we can say it's going to be response. What did we say it was? Response filter dot accordion. Content, and we'll fix this .html and eq1 to get okay, and undefined variable response, because we're not sending through the response, we're sending through the item. And so now I just want to show okay, so let's just make sure that when we run this spider that it actually gets some of that data. Okay, so the current node list is empty. Okay, so where did it fail? Vortex gear spider 55. So product response filter script application JSON equals 1. So it's saying it could not find it there. Yeah, because on the Vortex Gear store, that does not exist. So, is the homepage set up in their sitemap for some reason? Because otherwise it should not be getting loaded. We should only be seeing the... Oh, it does. Okay, so we want to filter that out. So, Shopify spider. How do we want to do this? Because it's in here where we're doing the get URLs. So I guess we're going to have to do an if. And so we're going to say public array skip URLs equals, so we're https vortexgear.com right, it's just okay, so Divinity has theirs, vortexgear.store. And actually, that might be why this was failing, because I was using vortexgear.com, but it's actually vortexgear.store. Okay, and if that's the case, then we don't even need that, because what we can do is we can just literally, in the spider, so we're going to say, oh, if what do we want to say? If URL is not equal to, sorry, if this array contains, no, what is the helper for this? If array has, the array is going to be start URLs and we want to make this, if the array does not have the start, have the URL in the start, okay, so if the URL does not exist in there, so now it should only do the products pages. Current node list is empty. Okay, so let's go take a look at this page. Script. Where is the application JSON one? Vortex Gear store. Yeah, so it's getting it for the MX Blue switches. What about the switch puller? Application JSON. Okay, it's definitely there. Oh, this one does not have, because this is not the one we're looking for. We're looking for the information about the product itself. All right. Well, let's use our .json test and see if this is yet another format of these is available on here. Probably not. No, it is not. Okay, so what we'll have to do then, I guess, for the time being is say try that, and we want to catch valid argument exception, I think it was. Valid argument exception. Then we just want to dump out get message, but we don't want to actually die. So actually all of this one day I will learn Vim better. Let's paste that in. Okay, let's try it now. And basically what we're saying is, like, if there is no product information JSON, like application JSON in that product, we're just going to skip over it. We don't care about it. It's not important enough, and it's something that our site can live without, kind of thing. Okay, kernel list is empty. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have to go back to our Vortex processor because filter is not a thing apparently. Okay, so what we'll have to do instead is cut that. In this particular spider, we will say description is that. Okay, and then on our processor, we're just going to take in the item get description. Item get description. Okay, that should be enough for this. Of course, it's going to do this stupid timing thing again, which is super annoying. So yeah, so right now what it's doing is it's going through all the products that it has in the sitemap to generate the list of queued up things that it needs to then hit with the spider. And then once this part is done, then it'll start hitting all those pages, and it'll die after the first one because we have the DD just to make sure that the description is kind of coming through correctly. But yeah, we should see that in a minute here. Or not. Okay, so what did we not get? Product. Okay, so it's not seeing any products. Okay, so are we not yielding the correct stuff here? Yield this item. The Vortex gear processor is enabled. So this is suggesting to me that this is not the correct filter and that none of them are getting products and they're all just dumping out there. So let's go to this Multics board and again, just inspect this. I guess I can zoom this in so you guys can see it a little better. So if I do application JSON, so there definitely is script type application JSON, that should work. Just say dump product here. Are any of them getting the product information? Probably not. Okay, so some are. Okay, so some are getting yielded, or should be getting yielded anyways. Okay, so it is going to the Vortex gear processor using the process item kind of interface method. Item get product, we're still calling it product. Okay, so that should be fine. And we're just passing through. Description equals, and then what I want to do, is I'm going to DD out the description for each of these. I'm wondering if this is what's causing the problem. Yeah, it's not seeing the description on any of them. So that's okay. We continue to dig. So accordion content, that's definitely not right. It shouldn't be .html. Okay, so let's cancel this. Let's go back into the Roach shell. .rte. Okay, so yeah, so this is RTE. Now we should start seeing some descriptions pop up here. Okay, that's fine because we're DDing out of it. All right, let's try and run this again. Actually, I think the processor has a DD in it. Okay, so although that's good, we can just take a look and make sure it's actually getting a product. Yep. So we can cancel out of there. What am I doing now? Vortex gear spider. We shouldn't be DDing out anywhere. Vortex gear spider 53. processor line 40. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. We have a working spider. This is amazing. So we're now scanning vortex gear, which is awesome. Again, this took way longer than I was expecting, but that's okay. So let's go back to our checklist so far. So what have we done? So we've got scraper for vortex gear. Good. And then, yeah, let's just work on one for low free. Okay, why did this fail? Skew cannot be null. Insert into blah, 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 so it doesn't have a skew. So this is the PC polycarbonate mounting plate. Actually, let's just go like this. Art, roach, shell, and what do we, what's the filter for it? So product is this. That is not what I wanted. Actually, it is what I wanted. Prompt again. Why? Okay. So we need to decode that. So this thing not just have not has a skew. Okay. How do we want to do this? I think what we should do is we should have some sort of default method that will create a skew if it's blank, that's unique to the site. So let's say how do we want to make this? This should be a trait for every spider. I think for now, I'm just going to I'll just say variant skew, otherwise vortex gear, and random number, rand int between 0, there. Is that not a thing? I thought random int, okay. Okay, so we can close out of here and run the spider again. Well, it's looking good. Got past the polycarbonate mounting plate issue. Awesome. And now if we go look in SQL Ace, go to brands, We got Vortex gear in there now. That's awesome. Vendors also has Vortex gear. Stocks. A bunch of stuff in there, which is awesome. With the vendor ID of 2, that's good. Yeah, last seen in stock. So this is this magic number, basically this 1970-0101, basically like 0 of the Unix epoch. That's going to be our magic method or magic number to basically say like we've never seen it in stock. So let's see, we've got 658 rows. We've got some Vortex gear stuff in here. That's awesome. These are all the ones from that we ingested from, oh, actually, no, must have, oh yeah, because we reset the database, right? Cool. Okay, that's awesome. So I just want to, let's, what do we got here? So this is, we want to say extracted common Shopify logic to a trait, and then built Vortex gear spider. Cool. So now get to do it all over again. Fantastic. So what did we say? Low free is going to be our next one. So let's go to lowfree.co. Another Shopify shop, and we'll dig into their stuff. So let's go back here and we will do art, roach, shell, this URL. And so response, what do we say? Filter, and we're just going to try it out here. So script type equals application JSON. Text. What's the first one we get? Not the one we want. What about the second one? So there's no JSON on this page. Fantastic. At least not the JSON we're looking for. That's the breadcrumb list. That's their schema. Okay, so embed, embed. Oops. Let's go back one. Script. Script. Well, that's not great. Might have to do a little more digging on there to find if/where this data is being loaded from. Don't care about cart. No. Pop-up, no. User authentication, no. Config. No. Nothing good in there. Produce batch, cart, no. This is all the actual JavaScript for the page. Just clear this and make sure it's only just this one load. That is a lot of JavaScript. Anything looking interesting? No. would definitely be in XHR if it's like fetching some JSON endpoint. Well, that sucks. And this kind of goes back to my comment earlier about, how, like, if we hit this, like the available JSON endpoint, it's fantastic except for one thing, and that's that it doesn't include the availability of a particular item, which just seems insane to me. Like, I don't understand why they don't include that as part of the as part of this endpoint, right? Like, you have these variants, like they say it's being managed by Shopify. The inventory management is being managed by Shopify, but it doesn't actually include the availability of the item. And so I don't believe there's a way that we can use this endpoint, and it would make it so much easier. We wouldn't have to scrape anything because almost everything else that we need is in here, right? Like, we have this, long description. We have the title. We have all of the information about, like, the images of each of the different variants. It is genuinely crazy to me that they don't have the availability in this endpoint. In fact, I'm curious if we go to Shopify developers platform, explore docs, documentation, APIs and references. Yeah. Oops. Actually, that was kind of interesting. JSON templates. Gonna learn how to click here. Okay. Control it using sections. Blah blah blah. Page rendered with a JSON template. Oh, this is not what we want. Yeah, that's just like their own JSON schema for, like, building these product pages. It's not about actually getting the raw JSON. Shopify product raw JSON. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I don't understand their reasoning behind this. Like, it makes no sense to me that they will typically include it in the product page. So if you go to, like, low free, and we'll just go to this keyboard, like, typically they'll include the availability in the JSON. Of course, low free, it sounds like they're not doing that at all. They're not including the JSON anywhere. Which is even worse for us, but that's okay. Location JSON. Yeah, and this is just the Shopify features. That's the OEmbed stuff. Like, they're not including the JSON anywhere in this page, which sucks, because it means we're gonna have to scrape the entire thing. And get all the values directly from scraping, which, I mean, again, is not the end of the world, but it is what it is. So let's go Roach Spider art Roach Spider low free spider. And so now let's close all these. Low free spider. So we are going to use Shopify Spider because we still want to use the sitemap, which is what the Shopify Spider does. And we might rename that to be a little more verbose about exactly what that thing does. But if we go to sitemap.xml, let's just close this for now. Again, this URL, because this is the map of the products that we care about. So public array, and what did we say? Sitemap equals that. Don't care about the processors right now. And let's put that on the right for now, and let's say, what's the one we were just working on? The Divinity one, whatever, that works. Divinity. Just dump for right now. We'll just dump the response URIs. And art roach run low free spider. Let's see if we start getting some URLs. Must be of type string. Oh. Try this one more time. Not that. This. Stupid timing thing. Timing thing. Man, that's freaking annoying. There we go. We've typed, okay, so we didn't yield anything, that's why. That's okay, so we're just gonna say, yield this item, and again, we're just not gonna return anything, it's just gonna be a nothing thing, but we just want the URLs, just to make sure that they show up here. Cool. Okay, I think I'm going to take a 5-minute bio break, and then I will be back, and we will work on getting the item processor for the low free stuff set up, but yeah, this is looking great. This is exactly what we want to see. We'll just have to do a little more scraping to actually get the exact bits of information that we need to pass through to the processor. So I'm just going to be right back in 5. Okay, and welcome back. So where we left off was we've got our low-free spider working. Now we need to get the low-free scraper working. And as we kind of figured out just before the break there, you know, there's no JSON embedded in this page whatsoever. And of course, the JSON endpoint doesn't give us all the information that we need. So we're going to have to do some messing around here. And the unfortunate part is for a site like Low-Free, actually, as I'm saying this out loud here, this might actually be a little bit easier, and I'll tell you why. If there's not, let's take a look at their this stuff again. And if we hide that and we go, if we just look for JSON, not that. It's valid. Availability. Okay, so let's take a look here. So it's showing, so I'm curious. So it's showing an availability as in stock, and this is just using their own, well, not their own, their kind of structured schema, because I know that they have other, I'm just gonna close that for a minute. Pardon me. They have other low-free touch boards, and I believe some of them they do not have in stock. So if we go touch, no. Let's take a look at Blossom, sure. So are these all in stock? I have a hard time believing they would all be in stock here. Touch. Okay, sold out. So let's go look at this one. So if we, the idea is, I'm gonna, there we go. Okay, so if we look for JSON again, LD JSON, so the schema should be something different, right? So yeah, okay. So we're gonna have to use this availability so it's either out of stock or in stock as the availability. But this is kind of interesting because we can use this JSON as everything that we need, I believe. So we might not have to scrape after all, which is a dream, honestly, because I was not looking forward to that. So what we want to do is we want to say, okay, so product, actually, you know what, let's go to our REPL here for a minute, and our Roach spider, low-free spider, okay. Oh, art Roach shell, and let's get this URL. Good, I'm not muted. Okay, so we're gonna say response filter. Actually, we should be able to go just LD plus JSON. And this should give us what we need. Perfect. And so we can product equals that. Okay. And so the product name is going to be, again, the response filter, yeah, H1 and the text. Big surprise. And then so we want to say the vendor name for here is low free. The website URI. And in fact, we should probably just do, no, we're not going to do this. HTTPS lowfree.co. So the product name, yep, and the product will be the product. And then we're going to have to create a processor. So we'll just copy the, I guess the Vortex Gear one. Low free processor. Okay, so we're going to get the product. The vendor is not going to change. The name is not going to change. Low free. And then, so the SKU. Okay, so let's take a look at what we actually get back. So if we go back into the shell for a second and we say JSON decode, is SKU a thing or is that on some sub object? Okay, cool. Okay, so that will be on the, ooh, okay, so this is not going to show us, it's not going to have the variants. Okay, so let's see how they do that. So the idea, and maybe they don't do variants, maybe every single product has its own page. Which is possible. Like it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Ooh, that's loud. Yeah, it's looking like every page is kind of its own product, and so that makes it really easy for us because it means that we don't have to worry about looping through a bunch of variants. We just know that if we're on the page, it's the thing. Oh, okay. So here's one that does have what we're calling variants. So let's take a look at and see at the JSON how they structure this. So if we go LD plus JSON, whatever, right here. Okay, so product ID, blah, 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 offer. Okay, so the way they're structuring it is on the offers. So yeah, so this one, okay, I see what they're doing. Okay, so instead of calling them variants, they're just calling them offers. Okay, that's okay. So we can go back here and so we're gonna say for each product offers as variant. So each offer is gonna have a SKU, okay. Brand ID we already have. Title we've already passed through. The description is not going to be there. It's on the parent. So in fact, we don't even need to do that because it's going to be right here. So we can just say product description. It's even easier because we don't have to go scrape it, which is awesome. Okay, vendor ID, price. So the offer, is there a price on here? There is, okay. Oh, and so they're doing something I'm going to call dumb in that they're putting it in a decimal format. And so what we're going to have to say is, because we're tracking it as an integer of cents, so we're going to have to multiply that by 100 and round it. In stock. And so here's where we have to figure out, so if the availability is this, then obviously it's not. So let's say so variant availability equals https schema.org/in-stock. If that's that, then it's true. Otherwise, it's false. So let's see if we got what we got here. So in stock, the variant availability. So offer availability. If it's the in stock, then it's available. Otherwise, it's out of stock. Okay. Now, I'm curious now about the other Shopify style sites. If we just go to the Vortex one, if we search for LD plus JSON. So this is actually more what we're going to want, I think. And this is going to be standard across all of the pages. So we might go back and refactor our other scrapers to use this data, because then we don't have to worry about anything really, because all of the data is in here. So this is kind of like the JSON endpoint that we were hoping for. It just means we have to hit the HTML page and then pull this out of it. So I did see another LTD or LD plus JSON. What I'm curious about is why or what's in it. Okay, so what we might do is just pull down as many of the LD plus JSONs that we can find. But again, right now, let's just get this one working and then we can refactor. So I think we can try and run this processor. We just need to load it in item processors. So go free processor. And let's try and run this spider. Let's see what we get in our database. Stupid timing thing. I'm so tempted to just like comment that out altogether. Like it doesn't do anything, doesn't help us. It just adds like the Okay, Okay, what did we not do? So product offers. So whatever we're sending through as offers is not what we're getting here. So let's run this again. Hopefully we don't get stupid timestamp thing. Yeah, okay, so it's product offers. Oh, because of course if it hits the home page, there's not going to be an offers. Okay, so let's again we're going to have to do this exclusion thing. So let's just say if response, that is not what I wanted. Response get URI equals no. How did we do this before? So if not array has, the array is the start URLs and the response get URI. Actually, what we want to do is we just want to just yield. No, we just want to. Is there a way to skip? How did we do it in the other one? Vortex gear spider. Oh, was it in the processor? I swear we just did this. Was it in the Shopify spider? Like, did we extract it out? If this... Yeah, so why is it even getting to that? Because unless it's like the... If it has a slash versus not... Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. So we just need to... Okay, so that should solve that problem. And just while we're in here, do we have any other DDs that we need to get rid of? Probably not, but... Still, oh, www. Okay, low free spider. I'm curious for anyone watching this, if you use Vim, how long it took you to stop being absolutely frustrated to all hell by hitting the wrong key every once in a while. Okay, so is the title not part of this? it's probably going to be something like name or something. Oh yeah. Low free processor. There we go. Cool. So now we have a low free spider working too. So if we check our products table, so there's 658 rows. If I refresh, 719. I haven't tried Vim. I've considered my first 2 years of programming is Sublime Text and Recent. Yeah, so that's actually almost the exact same path that I took. It was when I first started with Laravel, I was watching Jeffrey Way and he was using Sublime Text. And so I was like, okay, I guess I should try that. And it worked. And then a couple years later, I switched over to VS Code. And yeah, I've been working in Vim for like a week and a bit now. And it's just, it is very frustrating for sure. Okay, so where did we fail here? Undefined property. Okay, so let's go take a look at these two things here to figure out which one doesn't have a skew. Oh my god, why would you have auto playing audio? LD plus JSON. So we want the first one probably, yep. Okay, so they do not have skews at all. So we will just go and say, try using isSet. That should get rid of the failure about the undefined property. And I swear that is going to be the death of me. And because it's inside the package, I don't know the best way to set it without it being annoying. So I think we'll have to just live with it for now. Okay, so yeah, so let's take a look at our products page. 810 rows, 818. This is awesome. So we're making progress here, and then current node list is empty. Okay, so let's take a look. Is there anything here that we need to worry about, or is it just the end of the page or end of the list? LD plus JSON. Sorry, I'm just going to open this can away from the microphone so it doesn't get super loud. Okay. So current node list is empty. Okay, so one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Is there anything in this one that looks kind of obvious? That is not right. No, that all has the thing. Offers. Okay, so here's what I'm concerned about. So it's possible. Okay, so the low free spider at line 54. Line 54 is not seeing the H1. So does this one just literally not have a title? Oh my goodness. I almost want to just like stop supporting our site immediately because there's like auto playing music. Okay, so that one has an href, although I'm curious if the fact that it's nested within an A, sorry, it has an h1, which is what we're looking for, but the text is nested within an A tag. So I'm curious if that's what's causing the problem. So let's go roach shell. This one, and we'll say response filter h1 text. Okay, so that one's getting something. So it's got to be the other one. Which one was this one? This is the branketing. So the ramen laptop stand one. Okay, so I'm curious then if it's the quotes that are not being escaped properly. No, but that should then, because it was giving us the current node list is empty. So yeah, and it's definitely on the text of whatever field it was dumping out on, which is this. Does one of these have a different h1 tag? No, this one looks like it has one. Yeah, this one has an H1 as well. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we are going to not multitask so that we can see exactly which one it's failing on. Because now whatever the last URL that pops up on, that's the one that it's working on, and that's which one it's failing on. Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll let this run. It's probably going to take a little longer. It's going to run about half as fast because we're not running two at a time, but that's okay. Okay, so it's this one for sure. And actually, just before we say for sure, let's make sure that we are really sure. Okay, so we're dumping the URI and then immediately getting the text. Yes, so it should definitely be this one. So why? Pardon me. Oh. There should only be one. Yeah, this is just like an iframe that our scraper won't even see because it's inside an iframe, so the scraper doesn't resolve those. So what the heck? And I guess we just wrap this all in a try catch as well. So try, oops, not like that. Catch, invalid, give an exception. We want the get message. Okay, so actually let's put this back to 2 since we're just going to skip any ones that we can't get the data from, so that's fine. Current node list is empty. Okay, that's cool. It's finding stuff that it just doesn't know how to prepare, and so it's just skipping those altogether. That's exactly what we want. Cool. Okay, so we have a scraper for low free too, which is awesome. We did try to use the, I don't know what's going on with my vortex or my notion here. It's kind of annoying. Okay, try to use the spider part. Yep, we did that. Extracted it to a trait. Now what I want to do, now that we've done this, let's refactor the other two spiders that we have, no, scrapers, to use the LD-JSON so that they can be even more kind of generic, because what we're seeing here, right, is like the LD-JSON that's being injected into these pages is basically kind of what we were hoping the kind of JSON endpoint would be. It just in this case, it's like embedded in the HTML rather than being its own endpoint, which is kind of annoying, but you know, whatever. There's worse things in the world. And what it means is that we can actually use almost all of the logic that we just built for low free across all Shopify stores. And that means it's even better because now we don't have to have like a separate item processor for each one, like kind of like how we have the Shopify spider. We can basically simplify down to basically just have a Shopify spider trait and a Shopify processor trait, and those will literally just have all of the logic that we just wrote for low free in them, and then we don't have to do any of this stuff, right? Like the only thing that a spider will have in it is its start URLs and its sitemap. In fact, I'm curious now that we've figured out that other issue before, if we actually need a start URL at all. I can't remember. Let's undo that. Let's delete that. I can't remember if it just ends. Yeah, it does end immediately. Okay, so if we go, just put that back. So basically, any of our at least Shopify type spiders and processors will have is just the start URL and the sitemap. Everything else. So, and I guess like the vendor name and the website URI, and we can extract those to kind of class properties so that we won't hard code those into the trait, and that way none of this is like low free specific aside from these, and we're going to get rid of those so that they'll be references to variables, and so this can just be reused for every single Shopify store, which is exactly what we want. So let's go like this. So let's say public string vendor name equals low free, and then public string. Actually, let's take a look here. Start URLs. So the website URI can basically be the initial, can be start URLs, oh no, this start URLs 0, and this is just going to be this vendor name. Oops. Okay, and so now, in theory, anyways, we're going to assume that there's always going to be an H1 tag on there. We might find instances where there is not, and we might need to make that a configurable property. But for right now, effectively, these three things are what makes this a low-free spider versus anything else, because the low-free processor can really just be a Shopify processor. So let's go like this. Let's extract all of this logic into Shopify Spider. Paste that in. Expected type app spiders comment generator, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we'll have to. Let's go like that. Okay, what else? Nothing else. Okay, cool. And so now we can close this buffer, and we can D7D. Okay. And we can also extract all of this. Oops. Because all of these are going to be the same. Now I can't remember how to do this properly, so I'm just going to do it the cheap way. Low-free processor, blah, blah, blah. Logger extension. Just to get it to pop up with the autocomplete. Okay, and we're really going to make this a... actually, we'll leave that for a moment. Any other errors? No other errors. Okay, good. Okay, so now, let's say D10D, D10D. And the best part is this is now our spider, right? For Shopify or for low-free. Now, the other thing we want to do is go to our low-free processor. Low processor. Okay. And we will, we're going to basically, actually, you know what we can just do? We'll, let's just copy this for now. And let's, Shopify processor. Yep. Shopify processor. Okay, and so all of this is going to be the same. The only thing we'll need to pass through is our the brand name, which we're tracking as part of our spider now, right? Shopify spider. And if not, we will. So vendor name is, what do we got here? Vendor name is low free. Okay, so perfect. Okay, so we can say, oops, item get vendor name. Cool. And then we can just say for this, let's just go like str vendor name vendor name slug upper. Okay, so now, I'm just going to actually put what that is. So let's make this actually a method here. This SKU. Let's just make this a method here, and we'll explain what this does. So function, public function, SKU. I hate that. God, that's annoying. String, and we're going to take okay, so we actually will have to take in the vendor name, but we'll say so let's go like this. I'm going to take in a string of the vendor name, and we're going to say return string of the vendor name, and this is slugified and then upper. So what, and we'll put a comment here about what this does. So takes a vendor name and returns a SKU. And then just, yep. And what we want to do is I want to put an example here of what this will look like. Example. Coca. What's a better one? Pepsi becomes, actually, no, let's make it multiple word. Vortex gear, so it's going to have multiple words. Is going to become vortex gear. Awesome. Why? Oh. Okay, so yeah, so it's going to throw back a SKU prefix. Get SKU prefix. And then up here, get SKU prefix of this item vendor name. Oh, item vendor name. There we go. Okay, so that should throw back. Actually, this should probably be a get SKU, get random SKU. Random SKU. Sorry, I just noticed your comment, Mahitu. Yeah, yeah. The box is for chat. It's just don't have a lot of members watching very often, so it's often pretty boring. I don't have public dot files right now, but I only started using NVim like a week ago, maybe a week and a bit ago. So I probably will post them shortly, but it's a fair. Oh, me too. Okay, sorry. The I'll post the NVim files. It's just basically lazy Vim with a couple extra plugins built in. But yeah, what I'll do is so after the Twitch stream goes to VOD on YouTube, I will add the link to my GitHub with the dot files in the comments of the YouTube video, and I'll post the link to the video, the YouTube my YouTube channel. Sorry, my brain is in like 18 different places here, where you can go and follow, and they should be there shortly. Next say dev. What sources did I use to learn Vim and how to customize it? So I was just basically watching a couple of YouTube videos. Like I've wanted to learn for a long time actually, and it was just like I've seen enough people use it that it was just like I need to finally dig in. And so there was a couple of videos that I watched like last week about it. Yeah, I think it was yes, it was this one, Typecrafts from Zero to IDE in NeoVim from scratch. And so basically this was the first one that kind of got me really interested in it. And then this, I tried NeoVim distribution so you don't have to. And he compares the 4 kind of big ones like LunarVim, LazyVim, NVChad, and I can't remember the last one. But yeah, I'll post the link to this video as well in chat if you want to go take a look at it later or whatever. Can I not paste links? Oh my goodness. My laptop is like freaking out here all of a sudden.
Ever since the creation of Vim.
Okay.
In
What the heck is going on here? Why is my keyboard all of a sudden not working? Okay, let's try this again. Oh, it's not going to let me. Okay, so do it the hard way. Just type it out here. youtube.com/watch BBHTL0PXZJ8. I think that should be the right one. Let me just double check. It is not. Okay, I missed the character, obviously. Maybe HTL. Okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, Typecraft. I tried NeoVim distributions, so you don't have to. And yeah, it's like his channel is very like Vim developer focused, and he's great, but he's like very heavy into Vim. So like from my very, very small experience, like he is kind of like the Vim master kind of thing. So definitely follow him. Okay, so let's go back here. So what do we call this? Get new random skew. New random skew. Okay, so this should return that. No, we don't want that. We want a dash, and we want some random int between 0 and that, and we want to what's the PHP method to pad? Is it just pad? I don't think it is. Hold on. PHP pad string str pad. Okay, so I'm going to pad. Oh, it's going to make us do this. Okay, so, oh yeah, so str pad. We want it that. I don't even know how many characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 characters with a 0. How do I like Laravel? I love it. I'm the biggest Laravel fan. My whole channel is all about Laravel, I'm going to say 99% Laravel. I'm a huge Laravel fan. I think it's the best way for any developer to get a project off the ground because it gets rid of all of the boilerplate. You don't have to think about authentication. They've got authentication built in. They've got queues. They've got caching. They've got storage. They've got literally everything you need to build an app. You just need to come with an idea and do your idea. All of the stuff that you waste time on, copying and pasting from every friggin' project, is just there and ready for you. You don't have to do anything. And so I think it's like when people say they don't want to use Laravel, if they don't have a very, very good reason, I look at them kind of weird because it's like you're wasting so much time trying to make, I don't know how to put it. It's just like you spend so much time building the surroundings of it. Exactly. I'm a huge Laravel fanboy. I'm not afraid to admit it. It's just like, it is beautiful. Okay, so we've got the Shopify processor. That should be good now. So if we go back to our low-free processor, we should be able to... can we delete all this? I believe we can, yes. So let's go D20D, D10D, D4D. Okay, and then we also want to, use Shopify. Oh, right. Because we need to go to the Shopify processor, and oh no, it is there. It's been renamed. Okay, so why is this one having such a hard time finding it? Use Shopify processor. Oh, right, because we're in the same same folder. So D5D. It's not implement method process item. I argue that it is. It is right there. Let's just close this buffer and low free processor. App spiders. Item processor, low free processor does not implement method. D5D. And use apps. I mean, we shouldn't have to do this, but it's not implement method process item. Well, that's the great thing about, because this is not a class anymore, this is a trait. Okay, beautiful. Now it's seeing it as the trait that it's supposed to be. So, in theory, if I just going to clear the database, migrate fresh. Oh my goodness. Okay, database is clear. Low free spider is not going to work. Fantastic. Okay, define the same property in the composition. Okay, so what did we do wrong here? Shopify spider. Oh, right, because this now has to be a Shopify. Oh my God. Shopify item processor. And oh my God. You know, I'm really trying hard to learn to get used to Vim, but oh my God, is it annoying. Spiders, item processors, Shopify processor. Okay, so basic spider and Shopify define the same property item processors. Oh, right. Define the same process. Okay, so what we really need to do then, oh, this sucks, is okay, so let's go to our low-free processor, low-free spider. How are we going to do this? Because they're doing it that way, and so we're basically overwriting it with our trait. I would really like if I mean, okay, so I guess what we'll do then is, so our Shopify spider will become a class, and it will implement this will extend basic spider. And then low free spider will just this will just extend our Shopify spider. What? Enter not found. App spider item processor Shopify processor. What? Of course, it's not going to tell me which. Okay, I'm just going to clear all of these because I'm tired of that. And so let's go to low free spider. Extends our Shopify spider. Yep. And then our low free processor. Who needs site-specific spiders anyway? Just fetch the page, throw it into an LLM, and have it spit out the information you want. Honestly, you're probably right. I probably should be doing that. It would be a whole lot easier. But the thing is, so what I've been doing on the last two streams is scraping Shopify pages, and now that like in the last 20 minutes, half hour or so, we've realized, I guess actually more like an hour, but we realized we have some standardized JSON that we can pull, and so now it's just a matter of refactoring the few Shopify spiders to use that same JSON, just with the configurable, like the URL, the sitemap, and the vendor name kind of thing. And so then we can just create another spider really quickly using just creating another one for every single Shopify site that we find. In fact, we could probably make, well, no, actually we wouldn't be able to do it in one single one. But basically the idea is like, I'd still like to be able to have them really functional, like because really to get things off the ground using an LLM is probably the right way, but I want this to be extensible so that, you know, a year in the future, the I want to be able to come back and say like, yeah, LLMs are non-deterministic. Exactly. They require oversight. And that's exactly what I was just getting to is like in 6 months or a year, if let's say like low free goes to a different service, I don't want everything hinged on some like hard coded idea of what low free is. Like right now we know they're Shopify. If we have to build a custom implementation for them later, fine. That's okay. But right now we should be able to really quickly spin up spiders for all of these different Shopify sites. And in the keyboard industry, it looks like basically everyone uses Shopify. So it should be really quick for us to spin up more spiders, and Rapid might be able to help if he's around and wants to help. Like if he finds another site, he can go and make a spider really quickly, right? Like it's what, 6 lines, 7 lines long to create a spider for a new site. So the idea is like, yes, LLMs would be great on a one-off thing, but because Shopify is so ubiquitous through this industry, it's like, let's do it the right way. It's just a matter of like hacking through this last little stupid bit to make it work. Sorry, that's my very extremely long-winded explanation of why we're doing it like this, but yeah. Okay, so entry not found exception. So this is probably the same thing with implementing versus, no, that should be okay. Because it's not extending that. Shopify processor. Use configurable, yes. Because this, we don't even need that here. In fact, we don't even need lo-fi processor at all. This is just kind of duplicate stuff now because we're going to be using the Shopify processor. So we can just close this completely. So Shopify processor. So use configurable. Yep. It's an item interface. Yes. Low free spider. Let's take a look at the Shopify spider. Good, awesome, thank you. I know I get on my I get on these rants sometimes, and I kind of forget how long I've been talking. So I'm glad to hear that I'm in good company. Entry not found exception. Why is that? So let's take a look at our low free spider, and actually let's go take a look at. Let's just look at the vortex spider just for a minute. So what are we not doing? Yeah, item processors, Shopify spider. Why is this not working now? Awesome. Yeah, Rapid, you need to calm down. What the hell? Okay, so, and maybe this is just my misunderstanding of how we would want to build this trait. Oh, no, so this Shopify processor is just going to be the class because it can be the class, right? Oh my God, this, I don't know if I'm too tired or what, but man, that is class Shopify processor, implements item processor interface. Okay, let's try it again. Stupid timestamp stuff. There we go. Okay, we have a working like reusable spider. So I'm going to cancel that. So now what we can do, what this has all been leading up to do, is, so let's put that over there for a minute and let's open the vortex gear spider. So we can say this one extends the Shopify spider. Don't need that. Just need the start URLs. I think I might have done too much there, but that's okay. Oops. Let's say D8D. Okay, the sitemap. And we need the public string vendor name equals vortex gear. Yep. And then that can be closed. And now we have a working spider for vortex gear. And so this can be that. So vortex gear spider. Okay, where is it failing? Offers. Okay, so product offers. Is there JSON not formatted the same? I would be very upset if it is not. LD plus JSON. Oops. Vortex keyboards. Oh, right, because this is the... okay, so we are going to have to figure out this because, okay, so... no, Mac is by choice for sure. I used to be a Windows guy for like 15 years. And just like in the last, I'm going to say 10 or so, I've kind of... At first, it was a fairly slow transition to Mac, but I really do prefer just the Mac interface better. And like even stupid things like the way it renders fonts is just, I find it's a lot softer and more visually easy to look at rather than like the Windows font rendering. And then on the flip side, like I know I had played around with like KDE and GNOME and stuff in the past, and their font rendering was too soft. And so I didn't like that either. So I feel like Mac just gets it like kind of just right kind of thing. What about you? Are you a Mac guy or a Windows or Linux guy or BSD? Right. Okay, so we're going to need to... Okay, we're going to have to add another property. And so what we will do is we will say... what are we going to do? Okay, so Shopify spider. And this is where it gets... yeah. Okay, so in fact, let's clean this up a bit. And so we'll say public string sitemap, public string vendor name, public array start URLs. No enough on management sort of stuff. Yeah, fair enough. Like I think I actually kind of initially looked into Mac OS only because it's based on BSD, and so I was kind of familiar with the terminal because I'd been using Linux for since I was like, I don't know, 14 or 15 or something like that. And so it was actually easier for me to get around. And that's what allowed me to kind of dip my toe into it. It wasn't actually the visual part. That's what kind of sold me on it eventually. But initially it was like, okay, well, I don't like the command prompt, and PowerShell at the time was super new. And so didn't really have a good experience with PowerShell, but I don't think anyone did at the beginning when it first came out. It wasn't until like PowerShell, I think 3 or 4, when things started to get a little bit better with their object passing and stuff. But yeah, so I'm totally on board. Like, and I'm not a OS fanboy. Like, I really enjoy Mac, but like a buddy of mine is very heavy Windows guy, and another buddy of mine is very heavy Linux guy, and both of them are like, rah Linux, rah Windows kind of thing. It's just like, you know what? At the end of the day, it's a tool. Like it gets me to what I'm trying to do. If I have to use Windows because I have to, okay, fine, whatever. Like I'll do it. It's not the end of the world. They are very much like, I won't use anything but XX, right? So it is what it is. I at the end of the day, I like looking at Mac, but it's, again, just a tool. And yeah, with exactly, with like WSL and Docker and stuff, like Windows is a much more what I would consider a usable OS for like real development. I've been around Windows, like doing Windows admin since like NT4, and things have they have come a long way since those days. So, I mean, WSL and Docker, it's like, at the end of the day, I think at this point, there's so many positives to every OS. Like, you're not going to go wrong by picking any single one. Like, everyone's going to have their own preference, but like they all do things well. And so I don't think one is really that far ahead of any of the others, because they all kind of intermix now. Okay. So what were we doing? We were, right. The H1, the filtering stuff. Okay, so what we really want to do is we want to say, let's just say like public int LD JSON instance, I guess, and we're just going to set that to 0 by default, and then it's going to, when we're looking up the HTML or the LD JSON, by default, we're going to look at the LD JSON instance. Yep. But this will let us add some configuration here so that if someone, like, for example, Vortex, has their LD-JSON in a different position. So like, for example, theirs is going to be in position 1 rather than position 0. We'll be able to pass that in. So we can say here, we can say in the Vortex Gear one, we can say public LD-JSON instance equals 1. And we can overwrite the default. So if we go back here now, oops, so run Vortex Gear Spider, what did I do? Must be int. Okay, fine. Stupid timestamp thing. Yeah, that's very true. The licensing cost of Windows is a lot, and yeah, it's definitely not super tenable for a lot of organizations, for sure. Variant name. And so let's go to, where is this one? So offers, so they don't include the name there. Okay, that sucks. Okay, and so I'll tell you what I'm thinking about right now is, okay, so if we look at Vortex Gear, there, so if we go LD-JSON to the next one, in their offers, the type is a thing, but it doesn't have the name of the thing, which again is just like, why aren't you naming, like having a standard output. Like, ugh. So what are the different options that, so blue, brown, red, milky white, like, come on. Why wouldn't you have the freaking name in here? Pardon me. Like, that means that at some point in this page generation, they're doing a lookup from some kind of button into this array just so they can pull out the data. Like, why not have all of the data here? Like, why mash them together? Yeah, like, it's like they're pulling some of the information from like this JSON endpoint and some from the embedded JSON to like mash them together like by SKU or something to then take the title. Like, why? I don't get it. It is amazing, like, the levels of weirdness companies do for weird business reasons. Like, I get that managers just decide things that no one else really thinks is a good idea, but they just kind of mandate it. But like, come on, why would you not? So for those of you who are just joining, originally we were trying to scrape this information from this JSON. The problem is, under the variance of any particular product, there's no availability. So like, you can't see if something's in stock or not, which is dumb as hell, but okay, fine. You don't want to show it there. So then we found that like embedded in the page itself of this product page on a Shopify page, if you search for the LD JSON, they have what seems to be most of the same thing, except so in this, they call them offers rather than variants, and they don't include the name in this side. So it's like, you got to do this stupid lookup thing. Why would they do this? Okay, so out of curiosity, if we go to low free, is it the same thing? Yeah, so low free, they include the name. What about if we go to Divinity? Like, I want to know who's crazier. Like, and it's probably the secret answer, me. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at the first one. Item list. Like, description, offers, and they don't have it in here either. Oh, no, they don't. Like, why? It boggles the mind. Like, it truly, I don't understand it. Like, why would it costs effectively zero processing? Because whenever the system is doing this lookup, like, you know that whoever wrote this query behind the scenes at Shopify is just pulling the entire information. So like, why would you pull it all just to filter it back out again? Like, just throw it in here. What does it matter? I don't believe Shopify bills by the byte, and even if they do, sites like this are certainly not doing enough traffic to move the needle on anything like that. So we have three different sites. Me too. Yeah, you're almost certainly 100% right. But it's like, I feel like the easy, simple way would to just be like, and I'm talking from the perspective of like a Shopify engineer here, is like the simplest thing would be to like do the query, return all of it, right? Like that's the simple way. You don't have to write any filtering. You just throw it all back. And so I don't get why they would even offer this idea of like different schemas when when you're literally, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. Because they don't do it here either. And so now we got to think about how we're going to get the individual name of the product. Because right now we have everything extracted to this Shopify spider thing. So I think what we're going to have to do is every spider is going to have some kind of custom get product name method. And each one will be different. So some will be pulling it out of that JSON. Some will be pulling it out of yeah. God, that's going to be ugly. But let's try it out. So product name is going to be, no, we're going to say this get product name response. Yep. Comment that out. Yeah, we know that that doesn't exist right now. So we're just going to say function get product name. It's going to return a response. It's going to return a string. So for this one, we're going to return response filter h1 text. Yes. But, wait a second. Product name. Oh, right, the variant name. That's what we care about. Ugh. Because it's not the product name. Product name is easy to find. We know that. Okay, so this. Which actually makes it more difficult because now. So we need to. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. And I'm very much open to suggestion here, but so we've got the URL that we're scraping here, right? We've got this get URI. What we can do is we can say product URI, pardon me, is going to be the response get URI. So in the Shopify processor, we can then, so instead of this, and this is ugly, I'm happy to get rid of this. So we're going to delete that for a minute. We're going to function get product name, product and variant name. Okay, so we're going to return some string, so just product name, whatever. And the logic for this is going to be title is going to be the this get product and variant name item. So by default, it will be, I'm just going to make a comment here. So product get title. This, and this will be item variant name, I think. This is going to be item. And it's going to return a string. And so what we want to do is we basically want to check if so it's actually just variant name, item, is it name? I think it's name, right? Yeah, name. Okay, so it's going to be item name, but we want to check if it's set, and if it is, then we can just use this. So we can say if is set item name, then we know what we're returning. It's this. If it's not set, then what we're going to do is we're going to make a HTTP call to the HTTP class, yes, get. Okay, so we'll have to figure out the URL in a second, and then we're just going to like do this URL dot JSON, because this will, so what I'm thinking is like we're going to check to see if name exists in this LD-JSON thing, which would be kind of best case scenario. But if not, then we're going to hit the JSON endpoint that exists for every Shopify page, and this will have the variants, which we can then look up the title based on. Oh my God, they don't even include the. Do they include anything? So again, I just want to. And then this, I want to search for the LD JSON, this one. Okay, so the name exists there, okay. Doesn't exist on this one, but it does have a skew. So what we can do is we can basically say, okay, if the variant name doesn't exist in the LD JSON, we're going to pull this full JSON document, the one that doesn't include the availability. Then we're going to look into the product, into the variants for the one that has the skew that matches this, like as part of this variant, so that we have the same one. And then we can pull the title, which is, good God, is that ugly, but It's the only way we can kind of mash these two bits together. This is insane, but there's not much we can do about it. Okay, so Shopify spider, so product URI is going to be in the item. So what we actually need is the variant and the item get product URI, because we need to pass that through. So now if we say string product URI, so we can say product URI, and then we tack on the JSON. And so this is going to be the response is going to be that. And so now we can say, so in the variant, we're going to have the SKU. So actually right now, let's just dump this out to make sure we're not going completely insane here, because we've done this a lot. Stupid timer. Okay, so this should be the JSON of, yes, so it's got the body HTML, which is right here. Okay, so at least it's getting the right product information. So now what we can do, so we have this response. So if we say, and this is always going to be product. So if we so that's going to be the product. So what we can now do is we can say, and this is, oh, this makes me sick. For each product variance as, actually, do we need to do that? If we say variance, oh yeah, because we're gonna have to, it's an object. Okay, so if variant SKU equals item SKU, then okay, so actually what we really want is how do we want to do this? Put that there. Set item is set item name. Item name equals item name. And then if we have now, in this case, we now have this, so we want the title. So item name equals variant title. And then, pardon me, concatenate that with item name. Identifies item, is it not item get? Yeah, it should be item get. Are we? Oh, what am I? If we're just passing through item, we don't really need the product URI being passed in separately. And then we can just say item get product. URL or URI? Now I'm forgetting. Shopify spider product URI. Okay, so I did. Okay, it's gonna fail. Stupid timestamp. Okay, so what did it fail on? Attempted to read property product on array. So let's take a look at this one. That's just a single product. What about this one? It's just a single product as well. So why? So it's not liking. Let's just check this out for a second. Get rid of this. Nope. Don't want you. Let's just DD product for now. Okay, so it's getting one. Let's go make this a dump. Okay, so yeah, attempted to read property array on arrays. Okay, so why does this thing think that this is an array? Cherry MX switches. That feels like it's parsing it wrong. Because if we look at this one, oh no. Oh. Switch puller. Okay. I don't know why all of a sudden this is. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's why. Because we're not JSON decoding it, so it's not an object. Thought the JSON method would do that for us, but okay, let's take a look now. Must be of type string array given. Oh my god. Just do that. Yeah, that's the problem is like, so we have to get all of the information in any kind of structure that we can trust. We have to hit both the HTML and the JSON page, the product page JSON for each variant, which is ridiculous, which is why this grosses me out so much. because the information that is on each of those pages is different. So annoying. Define property skew, item skew. Oh, damn it. Right. So what we actually have to pass in is, so this needs to take in the item, which is the whole thing, and the variant, current variant. So this is going to be the variant. What the fuck? And then this is going to pass in the variant. Cannot use object as array. So this is going to be variant. So, okay, so that's the problem. Okay, so here's the problem is like the variants are included in the JSON, right? Okay, so if we look at this, so this is the, this is like the JSON endpoint. It's like the product name .json, right? And so all the variants are here. What this doesn't have is the availability. So it doesn't tell whether, like, none of these values in this copy show whether the thing is in stock. Okay, so if it's so we need to get some of the information from this page, and then we also have to scrape the HTML, because the HTML has this where the hell is it? Under offers, it has availability, and that's what says whether it's in stock or out of stock. So if we scroll down, it's like it's using this schema in stock. I know there was something where like it'll show like schema.org/out of stock or whatever. So we literally have to scrape both the HTML to get the availability, and we need to scrape the JSON endpoint to get the names. And then we have to literally just mash them together, which is why it feels so gross, because we're basically doing two lookups for every single product, because Shopify can't get their shit together and put everything on one endpoint. And I wouldn't care whether it's in the HTML or in the JSON endpoint, but this is what I was saying. Like, I don't understand why they limit the information that they put in either of these endpoints. Like, just put it all there. Why do you have to filter it out? I don't get it. So that's why I'm like, yeah. Scrape the HTML, build and fetch the JSON a single time. Scrape the same JSON for every. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're saying don't scrape the JSON for every variant. Yeah, that's probably the better way to do it. In fact, I'll fix that. You're right. Sorry, I didn't catch what you were asking there. I was thinking you were asking about like getting the JSON for every product, not every variant of the product. So sorry, I misunderstood. My bad. So we need the. Okay, so we need this as the item, the variant. What was the freaking problem again? It's variant title, right? So this is okay. So so we're going to. That there, and then we will just going to change change this around here. Now we're going to take in, no, that's not what I want. Product. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for that, me too. That was a good catch. I definitely didn't need to be making 1,000 different requests for each product. We can just do it once. So yeah, thanks for that for catching that. Body product, okay. And pardon me. And let's go like this, so it's even more clear as to why we're doing this. Okay, so it's going to be the product name dash the variant name. So that's more clear. I like that. Yeah, 100%. And like, I love the refactorings. Yes. Okay. We have a scraper that doesn't work. Fantastic. Okay, so why is that not callable? Because it is not. This should be insert get vendor name. Yes, like I almost always use collect as well. I use that a ton of like a lot. And honestly, like for what I do, the overhead that it adds is definitely worth it, I would say. I find it the methods that it adds are so helpful that yeah, I would use it every time, kind of thing. Okay, so what is it not like? So what is it not liking? It does not like skew, but we have skew in two different places, so I'm not sure which one it's failing on. So let us I'm gonna call this variant skew. And then current variant skew. Okay, so let's try and run this again, and let's see where it fails. Okay, so so it's finding ones without a skew at all. That's unfortunate. Okay, so let's take a look. LD plus JSON. Yeah, these ones don't. Oh, no, they do have a skew. Oh, these ones do not, though. Okay, so again, we're going to do this really simply. If the thing doesn't have a skew, then we're not even going to try and create a product for it. So no, so then it should be generating a random. Oh, but then it can't look it up. This is just a side thing that I do. I work at a very large yoga wear company as a senior solution architect. I just do web development on the side, and I would like to be a software engineer, preferably doing Laravel stuff, but right now that's not what I'm getting paid to do. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be a tricky bit. Is the SKU. Again. Product and variant name. How about yourself? What is the best way to do this? If we don't have a SKU, because yeah, if we don't have a SKU, then we don't even need to worry about creating the product because it doesn't matter. So let's say if is set variant SKU we don't have to worry about this check. And we don't need our SKU generator anymore. Because we're not using it. Basically, if it doesn't have a SKU set, we're not even going to bother trying. We're just going to skip it for that variant, which I'm fine with because we were basically doing that already and making up a SKU. This way, it's just instead, we're just going to skip it instead. Interested in web dev about 2 decades ago, but ended up dropping out of college, going on disability, only now beginning to get back on my feet. Hoping to find a job as remote. Yeah, I'm basically in the same boat as you. I'm actually technically on disability right now. So I'm just doing this as kind of a fun side project, side hustle thing that maybe one day might turn into something, but just something to keep me busy. Now we're getting this timestamp thing halfway through runs. Even better. Amazing. Okay, if this works, which I think it might, aside from that stupid timestamp stuff. Oh my goodness. Yeah, sorry. I'm not. I don't actually. So I'm employed as a solution architect, but I'm on disability from that position. For right now, this thing until I can figure out a better solution. System clock. And let's go into our expected type int. I don't care. And our Shopify spider. I'm going to adjust this to be 0, so it still is 1. Honestly, like I know that it's that simple to do, just the try catch, but my problem is like I want to fix it for the package, and because there's obviously some logic there that my computer just doesn't like it's almost like it's operating too fast or something, and something is happening out of order, which I don't understand why that would happen, but it is. So yeah, but yeah, I could do a try catch. Art roach run. Let's make sure that our low free spider still works, because we have not been doing TDD. We are bad programmers today. I'm the same way. I like, I know I can solve it easy. It's just like I want to, I always want to do it like the proper way rather than just like catch some stupid errors that shouldn't be happening in the first place. Like I want to solve the root cause all like every time. Cool, low free works. And so the last thing we can do now that we've got this working, let's close this, and we will put that on the side, and let's go into our Divinity spider. And we have the start URLs. Shopify spider. Yep. Start URLs. So we do not need downloader middleware. Don't need the spider middleware. Don't need the item processors, because that should all happen automatically. We don't need the extensions. Don't need the concurrency or the request delay. Just need the site. Oh yeah. And then DGG. Close that off, and then we also need public string vendor name equals Divinity. We can get rid of all of these. I'm curious if there is a pint for or a Laravel pint plugin for this, because I hate how it doesn't clear up the unused use statements. Yeah, sorry, I saw that just as I was talking. Rapid. So we've basically got three, assuming this works, and I'm just going to try it in 1 second here. But if this works, then we'll have three. And if this works, then we'll be able to create a new spider with just like these 15 lines of code starting from the opening PHP tag to the closing bracket. Like this is our spider. So let's just try the Divinity one right now. Divinity spider. Let's see if it works. Does not. Okay. For each product offers. Okay, so what does Divinity do differently? Man, I swear to God. Are you kidding me? Why? Oh, okay, good. Okay, so we just need to pass in the LDJSON instance, which is very quick. So we can say public int LDJSON instance equals 2. Beauty. So we have 3 working spiders. This is amazing. And now, yeah, it's as simple as this is the entire concept of a spider. So adding them should be insanely simple, assuming that these sites follow some general, yeah, all the page data, everything. Yeah. So this creates, if we go to the Shopify processor, and we'll just close this thing on the side here. So basically, this is what's creating each product. So it creates the vendor if they don't exist. It creates the brand if they don't exist. It creates the product and if the thing is in stock and what the price is and that kind of thing. So all of these, this should be more or less extensible, assuming that other Shopify shops follow that LDJSON pattern. I assume they will, but we've seen that they don't all even follow their own same patterns. So, yeah, that's been an interesting one here for sure. Okay, so extract all Shopify logic to spider processor. And then, yeah, we can leave that because we're just going to delete it in a minute. So we're going to say updating Divinity, low free, and vortex spiders to use shared Shopify logic. And if we go into here, now we can, under spiders, under item processors, we can delete that. Yes, we don't need the low free processor. We don't need the vortex gear processor. Literally, so rapid, we were actually talking about that earlier. So the reason we don't have a text or JSON, I mean, in theory, I guess we could, because it's pretty simple and we could just load it in one big spider and then somehow auto-generate or auto-generate spiders based on like 4 or 5 values. The thing is, I guess we could do that. I think the thing with doing it that way that I'm not as sold on is because eventually we're going to have so many sites and we're spidering that we're going to I'm going to be dispatching jobs. And so I'm going to dispatch like 1,000 jobs and they're all going to run on Lambdas, like AWS Lambdas or whatever, so that they can go super quick. And I'm not sure if having one single class will allow us to do it. Actually, yeah, probably would. We could probably, I mean, if we're trying to adhere, well, if we're adhering to the shop or the Roach spider class, they enforce this stuff existing. So we might have to do some messing around, but at any rate, like let's just try and make, now that we have like this extracted, okay, I can cancel out of there. Let's make one more for NovelKeys, just to make sure that what we're doing is actually really extensible. Okay, so if we go to a product, I just want to make sure that this is really Shopify. So if we do a LD JSON, yep. Okay, so it's somewhere in here is going to be the data that we're looking for. Yep, it's got the offers. So in theory, we should just be able to say, okay, so art, roach, spider, NovelKeys, spider. And then if I'm just going to just copy all this. It's easier to do it like this. That, NovelKey spider. Oh, and because stupid buffers in here, visual mode, yank, NovelKey spider, paste. Okay, and the only thing we need to get is the, okay, so they're using just NovelKeys. So we can say NovelKeys. And then we need to get their sitemap information. What? Oh, okay. We want this. That. And we just need to figure out which LDJSON instance it is. So let's go back here. Oh, yeah, good call. I guess I should update that. Thank you for pointing that out. Never even thought to look at that. Okay, so it's the second one, right? Is where the data that we're looking for is. Yep. So this needs to be 1. So if we go to NovelKeys spider, what did I do? Oh. Did I not? Oh my. Got the wrong, I pasted the wrong sitemap URL. Yeah. What the? Am I like, why is it copying that one? Oh my God. Why does it keep doing that? Public string. Okay. That's. Okay, ignoring my absolute horrible typing, we have a working spider for NovelKeys. No, it doesn't disable it, but it does weird things with the mouse. So anyways, yeah, we have a working spider for NovelKeys. So that's literally how fast it is to create a new spider. It's, these, whatever it is, 17 lines or whatever. Yeah, 18 lines of code. And that's our full spider for every site. So, I mean, this is exactly what I was hoping for. I mean, yeah. So I've been going for over 4 hours now. I'm getting a little hungry, so I think I'm gonna go figure out some food. But yeah, like this is the place that I wanted to get to, was like having a spider, a generic enough spider that we can basically throw every conceivable Shopify site at and get a database full of stuff. I'm probably gonna have to work on like the so if we look at the Shopify processor, I think I've got the logic wrong for some of these update or create. I think it's creating them every single time, so we'll have to just figure out the how it determines like what's new. And when you DD a line, it cuts it into clipboard. Yeah, exactly. But it also does it like I was trying to paste it before deleting it, and it was still overwriting my clipboard, which is annoying. And so like, oops, I didn't mean to do that. If I go, I also have like this. So I use what's it called? Raycast, and so it's got like this multi. clipboard. So in theory, I should probably just be using this more, but I'm still getting used to it. But anyways, so I was reading, yeah, me too. Me too. When he said DD, I was thinking I wasn't doing DD for the last little while, but yeah, no. So I was thinking Laravel's DD, and now I realize he means like deleting a line. So yeah, I'm with you now. So, but yeah. So anyways, what I'm really happy about is that we've got a generic spider. Yeah, and so it's probably creating more because the rows might be different. And so what Laravel does is it has this update or create method where it says like, okay, look for something, and if the something hasn't changed, then just update it, otherwise create it. But there's like a logic around like what you want to look up versus what you want to update kind of thing. And I've got these wrong for sure. But at the end of the day, like we at least have things coming into our products table. Like we've got 3,000 products. We got 3,000 in stock. We've got 4 vendors, which is good. We've got how many brands? 4. Okay, that's cool. And so yeah, so like very quickly now we can start iterating on like just finding sites that use Shopify that we can quickly spider and scrape for and fill up our database, right? Like we basically have like we could put this site up right now. Yeah, so you're right. The brands might be broken. I'll have to dig into that and figure out why it's not like showing the proper brands. But anyways, like we're very close, right? So like if we had a front end, we could probably put this up very quickly. We're not there yet, but like we're making a ton of progress. And this is like I only started this project a week ago, right? So and have only been doing it on stream, like aside from a couple little token things that I did after the last stream kind of thing. But yeah, like we're making a ton of progress and very quick progress. And again, this is why I love Laravel. Like you don't have to worry about the infrastructure behind what you're trying to do. You just come with an idea and you just make it happen kind of thing. So I will probably you already have a vendors table I'd column, so you don't need all those subclasses. The only thing is like the way so I'll have to figure out how we do that, because the way Roach does it, they enforce a bunch of properties being set on the class as it's being instantiated. So I will have to create some kind of generic instantiatable class based on a bunch of properties that haven't been set yet. So it'll have to be like kind of like a dynamically generated class, which again is not impossible, but it's just, like I said, I've been working on this for a week. So now that we know that this can theoretically work, we can work on refactoring it and basically getting rid of those classes kind of thing if we have to. So that's one of the things I love about refactoring is getting rid of code. It's like my favorite thing in the world. So okay, so he's asking, Rapid's asking, which font do I like more, if any? Let's take a look at what which one he's showing. Okay, so there's cabinet or outfit. Sorry, I don't know why these are coming on the screen here. Let's drag this over here. So which one do I like more? I really like the glyph of the F and the I together. So that alone, I think I really like. Spent over 9,000 hours writing all this code. Can't wait to delete it. Honestly, like you joke, but that is my favorite thing. When I can write a bunch of code and then delete a bunch of it, just because it's like, it makes me feel clean, right? Like there's something really refreshing about deleting code that you don't need anymore because you've made it look better and readable. So yeah, is this, yeah, I think this is going to be the copy. So is this going to be for the logo? I think like for the body, this text, I like outfit a lot, like especially like the light. I wonder if we can, I think there's a way to shrink. Is there not? Oops, I don't want to quit. I want to minimize that. Layouts, no, that's not what I want. I want this. So I'm just looking at it small to see how readable it's going to be. Oh yeah. Okay, so yes, yeah, body text, yes, and I think outfit. I prefer outfit. And if anyone else in the comments has any input, I'm like, body and everything. No, I honestly, I don't want it to be generic. Like, I want it to be simple, and I want it to be very usable, but I want it to be. I'm very much about like the what's the word, like bold, and I want it to look pretty, for lack of a better term. And so I don't want to use just like some generic inter roboto text. Like, pardon me, I want it to look nice, and I really like how outfit looks. So yeah, I'm definitely down for that. Okay, I think I'm going to call it here. I am hungry. I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours now, which is insane to me. But I really appreciate you guys joining. I really appreciate the back and forth. This is amazing. I've never had this many people like actually chatting back and forth. This has been like, the conversation is awesome. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me. If you haven't already, again, if you can, like, subscribe, that would be awesome. If not, a thumbs up is still great. And so yeah, again, I will probably be streaming later this week, probably not for 4.5 hours at a time, but yeah, I'll be back later this week. We'll keep hacking on. Or follow, I guess, if follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube once this video goes live at youtube.com/@nexa_dev. But yeah, thank you guys very much for joining me. Appreciate the back and forth. This has been great, and we'll see you later.